Hello, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking. I cherish this opportunity to connect with you. It makes me feel not alone. I just don't know what to say, That's how it starts every time. But you just go ahead and keep saying something even though you don't think that it's anything worthwhile. It doesn't seem like anything worth saying. But you keep going anyways. It's like there's nothing, there's no kind of practical objective here that makes talking, that creates a reason for talking. There is no reason for talking here. But we just talk without reason. There's so much freedom. There's so many options for what to say. That I feel overwhelmed by it. My brow was slightly furrowed, so I unfurrowed it. And I'm just reminding myself not to worry about talking. I started to feel tense, and then I noticed my body feeling tense. in relation to the struggle of trying to figure out what to say. And so then I just relaxed my body and started talking again about relaxing and about ceasing to worry about what to say. And that seems to have loosened my tongue a little bit. I had a thought just now that I didn't say. I thought, should I say this or not? And I was questioning whether to say it based on whether I thought it was relevant to you or not. I'm always thinking about your experience and whether what I say is relevant to your experience or not. The thought that I didn't say was just kind of about my bodily sensation, that of feeling some soreness, some muscle soreness. But, I question whether that has anything to do with you other than the possibility that you have some kind of interest in my specific experiences. And then I wondered whether I could have articulated that better. This is a continuing problem, walking and talking. Like, just this whole process in some ways is a continuous problem. I mean, just like, what am I doing here, Why am I doing this? I don't know, every time that I get ready to start doing it, half of me is like, is this a dumb idea? I continually ask myself, is this a dumb idea? And even in the beginning, there's often a period of time, maybe even a long period of time, maybe sometimes a really long period of time, where during walking and talking I continue to wonder if this whole thing is a bad idea. That's that's what I'm feeling now. Embarrassment. The same pattern seems to be happening again, where I say that. I talk about how much doubt I have, and then after that, I counter that by admitting that I do have some kind of I'm holding out in some way for the possibility of the opposite to happen, for that feeling to change within walking and talking, based on past episodes, based on my memory of past episodes. It seems to be this recurring thing. And I think I should be trying to be completely present all the time, and to allow for anything to happen in these episodes within the framework of walking and talking. And not to think too much about the previous episodes, not to rely on memory. But even so, even if I am completely present, it seems as if patterns emerge, and I maybe repeat some patterns, some thought patterns. For instance, one of, in the beginning, experiencing a lot of difficulty and then it clearing up somewhere around the middle, or maybe even closer towards the end. But why do I do this over and over again? Is there any benefit in repeating this structure? It's so much time spent that it's not all really accessible. I mean, it's just the amount of content is like inaccessible because of how long it is. But we don't have to worry about that, really, you know? Like, I was about to start worrying that, you know, no one person wants to spend all the hours of watching all these episodes. But then I realized that that's fine. We don't have to worry about that. I mean, you're watching now, you're here now, and it's not important to see anything else, you know? It's not important that you've seen other episodes of Walking and Talking. You know, there's just this experience between you and I now. It's almost like worrying, like if you met a person and became friends, that's like kind of like worrying that you didn't hang out in the past together or something like that. Or worrying that you won't hang out in the future. Or that you won't be hanging out all the time in the future, or something like that. And then, because of that worry, you actually kind of ruin the present. So don't worry about missing any of Walking and Talking. You know, it's all pretty much just like this, more or less. It's some different affects and different moods, different ways of thinking emerge, different trains of thought, but it's, you know, none of it's like critical. Morning. You're not missing anything by spending your time doing something else rather than watching Walking and Talking. But now you're watching. you're choosing to spend your time this way instead of some other way. And it's fine. You might wonder at times, what am I missing by spending my time this way? What else could I be doing? But don't worry about that. I mean, your life's not going to fall apart. I mean, unless you really are neglecting something important. Oh, hey, red Eft. Yo, dog. Are you still alive? Yeah. You just don't care that I'm poking you. I'm a little tired physically. I mean, this is your life and my life. Going by. I mean, that's one way to think of it. Like your life is passing you by minute by minute. Every minute you spend walking and talking, or watching walking and talking, is a minute of your life that's gone by. And so that thought puts us another one. This one's even smaller. Thinking about it that way, it puts this pressure on to be like, how am I going to make the most of my life? Live every moment to the fullest. Hey, another one. And this is Red Eft Central. I'm gonna have to make sure I don't step on any. So then it's, there's this question, all right, life is finite and every moment that goes by cannot be recovered. How am I going to, take full advantage of this fleeting life and live every moment to the fullest? And then you have to think about that, like, all right, what do I want to be doing with all my time? How am I going to make that happen? But that's pretty weird, because I don't know, of course, what you would want to be doing changes all the time. you can't always predict that far in advance, like what exactly you want to be doing. Of course, we don't want to be doing the same thing for our, every moment of our lives, because that's boring and kind of impossible too. And like, what we want to be doing is something that's like, it's continually determined by our context and our situation and what we're already doing, what we've been doing. Another one. What we want to be doing, tends to be just like what we're not doing a lot of the times. Like, how much time do we spend being like, I want to do something? How much time do we spend thinking to ourselves, I'm doing exactly what I want to be doing right now, compared to, I want something to be different. I want to be doing something else. I want my situation to be different. I want, to be doing something else with my life. Another one. So cute. Look how small it is. So easy to find. They don't even run away. Like my friend said, the red eft is like a beginner animal. It's really easy to see and really easy to pick up. Hey. Hey. Boink. Boink. Sorry. Just annoying an amphibian. There's a bigger one. Should I start counting these? I feel like that's like 7 or 8 that we've seen so far. Let's assume it's... I'm just gonna estimate conservatively that we've seen 7, and then I'll start counting from there. And then, as we mature, we realize that you can't always be existing in pure pleasure, You can't only always be having fun, because things collapse then structure of your life can't maintain itself that way. Just even like the structure of experience doesn't work that way. It can't be pleasure all the time. And you realize that sometimes, well, it's like, one way of putting it is that sometimes you have to do things that you don't really feel like doing in the moment. You'd rather be doing something else, but you have to be doing this. But in truth, we're choosing to do those things because in the long run they make our lives better. I mean like, all the various forms of work. All right. 8, 9, 10. There's 3 just in one spot. $11. Are they going to be too numerous for me to count and to also continue talking about anything else? 12. $13. We do various forms of work. And by work, I mean things that aren't like immediately pleasurable. Things that are creating a future that's more stable. $14. I'm sure I'm missing many salamanders. Postponing gratification. $15. Is that where I'm at? 15? I think so. $16. $17. 18. Am I gonna be able to count these and still think about anything else? Some thoughts went by that I didn't say. Some thoughts like kind of like more towards my circumstances, my specific life circumstances. Some of the thoughts that I was saying relating back to my own circumstances, my own more specific circumstances, and thinking about my own life. Which was something that I thought didn't relate to you so much. Shit, did I lose count? Where were we at? 17? 18? 18. I'll call this one. $19. $20. This is already definitely the most salamanders I've seen in the wild in one place. So what are we doing now? Are we engaging in pleasure or work? I can't tell. It might be somewhere in the middle. It might be some kind of almost neutral activity in a way. This doesn't feel like pleasure to me, but also there exists in me right now a form of discomfort. Where are we at now? Did I say 20 already? Is this 21 and 22? I'll call it 21 and 22. Three. I feel there's some discomfort in me. 24, 25, 26. About that I might not be working right now, that this might not be work, that this is too lax and free of an activity to count as work. But for me, work, what are we at now? Like 27, 28. Like we tend to evaluate work quantitatively. 29. just like I'm, quantifying these salamanders by the amount of monetary remuneration that we receive for our work, like how much we get paid. 30, 31. It's like if you're doing work that you're getting paid for, there's at least that monetary exchange. It provides a level of comfort to you. It provides at least some amount of comfort that is ideally enough to make up for the discomfort that you experience while working. It's you're doing something that you wouldn't necessarily do for free. And so, but the fact that you get paid for it makes you willing to do it, because you know that getting that money you can exchange for other forms of time and energy and freedom in your life. $32. Is that? But then of course we realize that there are other factors involved. Like how much we like or dislike the work itself. Does it drive us nuts? Does it make us depressed? Does it feel like it's dehumanizing us? Does it feel like it's... Do you feel morally aligned with it or not? Does it feel like... in itself, how much of a waste of your life does it feel like, And beyond that, there's also concerns about the future of like this type of work. Is it increasing the likelihood of the amount of freedom I have in the future? Is it would lead to other opportunities? Will it do I gain Do I gain useful skills by doing this? Is there potential for me to either make more money in the future because of doing this, or kind of even maybe if the work is tedious or unpleasant in some way now, like maybe by sticking through this, there's potential for doing something more interesting in the future, work that is more enjoyable in the future. But sometimes, well, quite often in our lives we do work that is not compensated with anything quantifiable. I mean, we'll do the physical work of just exercise, of working out, and there's rewards for that can sometimes, to some extent, be quantitated, whatever, by like numbers of weight loss, numerical number of pounds lost from your body weight, or gained, whichever is the goal. And as well as less quantifiable things like your appearance and your health and energy and mood. Woo! Look at that snake. It's a big old black rat snake. What a beauty. They're not dangerous. This kind of makes my day, this experience is like some kind of reward for me. That's a pretty big one. I can see it breathing. You know what I think about reptiles sometimes? Like they're cold-blooded, right? Which means their body temperature just changes along with the ambient temperature, the environmental temperature. As opposed to us warm-blooded mammals, our metabolisms, plus, the things that we do, like wear clothes and stay inside insulated buildings, stuff like that. We have to maintain our body temperature despite the changing environmental temperature. And so when we feel cold, there's this unpleasantness and our desire to get somewhere warm. And it's like that unpleasantness associated with the feeling of being cold is kind of it's a mechanism of our bodies maintaining equilibrium. They signal us to get away from that discomfort in order to maintain equilibrium. But a reptile, like, they have to avoid like freezing totally, but their body temperature can just fluctuate along with the environment to some extent. They'll do things like bask in the sun to get warm, but it's like it's okay for them to for their bodies to just get cold or get warm more so than mammals within certain limits. But like when I imagine that experience of being a reptile, I kind of imagine there being less discomfort associated with the sensation of body temperature dropping. It's like it's getting cold. It's like, okay, I'm getting cold. And I like my body doesn't work to resist that drop in temperature. It just drops in temperature along with it. Oh, turtle. I missed it on the camera. Here's some little blueberries. Frog just jumped in. I'm thinking, and I'm thinking about that dropping towards, about allowing your internal state to change with the circumstances versus not. And in my mind, I'm kind of drawing an analogy towards emotional states. I'm wondering, like, do our emotions fluctuate along with the environment, or do they maintain an equilibrium? I mean, they certainly don't always maintain an equilibrium. It's like, emotionally, are we warm-blooded or are we cold-blooded? And I don't mean cold-blooded in the sense of being like coldly rational and kind of emotionless. Almost the opposite, maybe. There's more blueberries. All these plants. Like, I don't know what more to say about that. I can't tell. I don't think we're entirely one way or the other. Sometimes my emotional state seems to maintain equilibrium despite changing circumstances and interactions with other people in various emotional states, and sometimes it seems to fluctuate along with them, and sometimes it seems to even fluctuate without changing the circumstances. Morning.
Rich Hines, Rail Trail Maintenance. Thanks for using our trail.
Thanks for maintaining it.
Hey, what do you got there? What is that little rig you got there?
Oh, it's a camera on a stick.
I'm not a camera guy. I don't know anything about this shit. So whenever I see something unique, I always want to know about it. Oh, I see. It's just for the ease of holding it.
Yeah.
It's really smart.
Yeah. And then I got a battery pack there.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's really smart. I like that. And then you just, yep.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Good for you. That's cool.
All right, have a good one.
That's some good video. There's if you get something that you think is worthy. I don't think of what the website is for the rail trail. There is one.
Okay.
There's a website for this rail trail.
Well, I got some footage of a big old black rat snake back there.
You know, if you got anything interesting and you can figure out how to get on, I'm not an internet guy. I couldn't tell you how to do it.
Okay.
But look for it, and we'd love to have it.
All right.
All that stuff helps promote this view. This is an absolutely stunning piece of trail.
Yeah, it is.
I've been on many a trail all my life, and I happen to live 2 minutes off of one of the nicest ones I've ever been on. It's a miracle, you know?
Yeah.
So appreciate much you enjoying.
Yeah. Thank you. Am I emotionally cold-blooded or warm-blooded? I mean, I think we like, and I guess I'm talking about something totally different than like emotional coldness versus warmth. You know, I think we all have a pretty good idea about what those are. But just like the degree and conditions under which our emotions fluctuate and what do we have to do to maintain them are the things that we do to maintain them. Look at this beaver dam. Pretty sure that's a beaver dam. That looks like a beaver den over there. Some of the things that we do to maintain emotional equilibrium are internal. And some are external. Or we could classify them as such. Internal mechanisms of emotional equilibrium might be things like, you know, things like mindfulness or presence, whatever those mean, and you know, those are kind of slightly nebulous terms that are tossed around a lot. And you know, the various narratives, life narratives that we maintain, ways of interpreting situations. And then there's, external things like all of our various vices and substances that we use to regulate ourselves, and maybe less obvious things like, well, I mean, even all the things that we do to maintain our like physical equilibrium have an effect, like just maintaining appropriate levels of physical equilibrium are necessary in order to maintain the emotional equilibrium, like eating. And then you could do it, and then they have different granularities to their effectiveness. Like in the eating example, like maybe you're like have to like snack a lot in order to maintain equilibrium, which I'd call like a fine granularity. Like I think something uncomfortable, and then I want to go eat a snack in order to distract myself from that discomfort. Or maybe, and so that happens like on a small time scale, because maybe the snack like that doesn't last long in its effectiveness of avoiding the discomfort. Or maybe it's like following a very disciplined, healthy, regimented diet, and avoiding all sweets or junk foods or something like that. And that's and then by doing that you maintain a very steady blood sugar level. So I think of that as like a larger granularity mechanism of equilibrium. Because it's like its effects are felt on a longer time scale. Still looking for red F's, by the way. Those little red salamanders. Or other mechanisms of emotional equilibrium that I would classify as external would include like consuming media, we can choose what type, what kind of like mood of media we want to consume based on how we want to influence our emotions. Like if we just feel the need for like some laughter and to be cheered up, you know, to watch something funny. Or if we're like sad and we feel a need to like connect and process that sadness, then we'll watch something really sad. Or just something like really fantastic that just totally draws us, our minds, out of this world and into another world. Aha.
What are we at now? 34?
$35, $36, $37. Now this is only on the right side of the trail that I'm looking at.
38.
I'm starting to think now about walking and talking, and how I've been staying on a subject for a while, and when I've had some thoughts that veer from the subject a little bit, I either don't really notice them, or I barely notice them and let them pass by, or maybe I notice them and then I don't say them, but I instead choose to continue talking about a subject that I've been talking about. And I'm wondering, you know, what my what's the priority here? Is it to communicate a clear idea? Is it to communicate a series of clear ideas, connected and rational? Or is it just to illustrate the process of thinking honestly? In which case, what I would be saying might be a lot more disjointed. 39, 40. 41. Like 42. Like I don't exactly feel like I'm doing the greatest job here of staying of being completely transparent about every single thing that I think. And I wonder if I should be doing more to that end, to be focusing harder, to be not allowing my mind to wander at all, you know, without speaking, without saying every verbal thought that occurs. And there's, you know, like a few practical things here, like I'm like took my phone out of my shirt pocket, and then I'm gonna put my shirt around my waist or something like that. So I'm just like saying those things just for the sake of being transparent about what I'm thinking. $42, 41, 42. I'm lost. We'll call it 42. Ooh, toad. This is a great day for reptiles and amphibians. Another cold-blooded animal gradually warming up as the day warms up. $42 red Fs. So, I mean, really, just if I keep the talking really continuously, then it has the effect. It has the effect of forcing me to reveal more of what I'm thinking, or to merge my thinking more into my speaking. This is a thing that's come up so many times in walking talking. Like, a lot of the same things come up. They're similar. They're very similar. Sometimes they're kind of different. I don't know. The type of thinking, the mechanism of thinking, I don't know, it's all linked together, but it does manifest in some different forms sometimes. Can be kind of somber and serious, and it can be irreverent and humorous. And the energy level can be lower or higher. Today I feel like it's on the lower plane of energy, the calmer plane. Not, not super stimulating. But perhaps calming. Oh man, mind just wandering far away from walking and talking. It's hard sometimes. It's hard sometimes. I guess if it's hard, then that I can reassure myself in some way that this is some form of work, If I define my objective a little more clearly, that is to keep the talking continuous, then, and I realize, and that becomes more difficult, then then I experience a difficulty in that form of staying on my objective, rather than the other form of difficulty, which is the discomfort of worrying that I might not be working hard enough, that sort of thing. And I was talking earlier about forms of work, some of them remunerated, some of them not, that we choose to do. And I didn't get as far as the end of that thought, I don't think. Maybe I was interrupted by a snake or something like that. But where I was going with that was that for me, what constitutes work worth doing is only very loosely connected with the quantifiable remuneration aspect. And some of that results from how I have structured my life in a way where my life is, I would say, relatively, it only relies to a smaller degree on the economic system. I mean as represented in money, or I should say rather that I'm not someone where large amounts of money are flowing in or out. I don't make very much money or spend very much money compared to the average person in my country. I think I haven't I haven't officially done the numbers. I could be wrong, I guess. Maybe I'm more average than I think. And I've just structured my life in a way where I've structured my life kind of like with a plan, with an objective of being able to subsist without making much money or spending much money. But regardless, there's a lot of work involved, you know. It's like if I'm to some extent self-sufficient, like there's all the work of maintaining that, the work that one does to avoid spending money. But then, aside from the kind of survival-oriented work, there's another type of work that's very it's very difficult to pin down like what it's accomplishing, because it feels very immaterial to me. It's almost kind of a work, some kind of like, you could use the word metaphysical if you wanted, but a work of just a work of like restructuring and maintaining like the quality of consciousness, in such a way as to minimize my own suffering, and ideally minimize the suffering of those who I interact with, directly or indirectly. I'm not sure if it's, I mean, I'm sure that it's not, well, to what extent that is successful or not, is another big topic. Maybe I can try to get into that this episode. It's some kind of work of like shaping the container of consciousness or something like shaping the mediating filters of consciousness. And this is part of, this is like why, this is why these videos, you could say, a work of just abiding in the work to get myself into a state of consciousness that is what, I don't know, feels removed from the practical survival struggles. What are we at, 43? $44. Every time I see a red eft, is it technically a salamander, or is it technically a newt? Or is it, I think it's technically an eft. A larval form of a newt, I think. I think the eastern newt. Eastern red-spotted newt. I'm not sure. You can look it up. Like putting consciousness into a repeating framework wherein it can observe itself more clearly due to the structure of it, due to the repetition. You know, it's like, you know, and I'll oftentimes not exactly feel like walking and talking, like I talked about before, or I'll feel resistance to doing it, both before it starts and soon after it starts, I'll feel resistance against it because it doesn't fit in so well towards, survival logic. Hello. It doesn't fit in so well towards the logic of productivity or of what we think of as work, even most of the time. And it takes a lot of time to like cut through that way of thinking. And to get into this way of thinking. What is this way of thinking? For a moment I was distracted by looking for red F's. So again, thinking about, actually honestly my mind just wandered again towards externalities. But here I'm back again saying my thoughts. What was I talking about? I was asking, like, what is this way of thinking that I seem to claim is different? It's something about it's more like orienting more directly towards how I can affect the quality of experience. Internally, but then I feel confused because that's not really true. You can't only do it internally, can you? Like, you have to eat food sometimes and stay warm enough and drink water, if even only to survive. And then, to not suffer would seem to normally depend on additional things than that, you know, like social needs and so on. Mind drifting a little bit just towards yeah, trying to stay focused here. Energy a little bit low, to be honest, and that might be a factor. And then geographically now, where I have to think somewhat about where I'm going, or just I have to observe a little more closely to figure out where this trail continues. I had a thought just now, I don't know, like that this experience now seems to interrupt the continuity of this, what I've been doing so far in the video, just walking in the trail, and then it stimulates other parts of my mind and that I associate with being more mundane. So this is an experience that I would tend to classify as being more mundane than the experience of walking on that trail back there. But as I say that, it seems like there's something going on here, just experientially, that I wouldn't classify as purely mundane, as if I've maintained some form of continuity or something. Not continuity exactly, but or like continuity, sure, but the important thing of like well, it's weird because when I started to talk about that experience being mundane, then it involved a reference. It involved like mentally referencing some concept of what mundane experience is, what's normal experience, as opposed to what this is. And then in doing that, I kind of noticed some kind of fallacy in that. I noticed, like, I just realized the essential unity of all experience, in that it's all like, well, you can say in that it all happens now. There's some essential unity of all of it. And like starting to make this distinction, like between mundane and something else, really the only reference would be like life outside of making this video, life outside of walking, talking, like just regular pragmatic life. But that's not like the at the core, they're not different. It's you know, it's just like within or without of a structure. It's still always within some kind of structure, whether it's self-imposed or not. But then, you know, then there's a ton of problems with that concept that I just brought up, the idea of structure being self-imposed or not. That's a dualistic way of thinking. You know, like the question of, I realize I'm going off on several tangents here, several trains of thought, and it might be getting confusing. But just to address one little thing, and maybe I can address it and then return back to the main train of thought of structure being self-imposed or not. Yeah, I think that's a duality. Like, is it, you know, is it a structure like socially imposed upon us by society, or are we creating the structure and choosing to be a part of that structure? It's like not either or for me. It doesn't seem like. It's like, yeah, there are societal structures here that I participate in, and there would arise certain forms of difficulty in trying to avoid participating in them. Certain stressors. And so I choose to participate in many societal structures. And you know, it's like willingly imposing the societal structures on myself, and then also structures that seem more personal but that relate to society, like walking and talking. It's like on one hand a personal structure that I'm imposing on myself, but on another hand relating to society via this communication. Mind wandering again to externalities. You know, I think it's okay to leave them out. Just like when I jump back in, it's like, I guess it's not necessarily that I have to disclose the content of the thoughts that I had during a gap, but I can then, you know, just relate the whatever thoughts I'm having as I jump back in, which in this case happened to be ones describing in a meta way the thoughts that I had, describing their general nature, but not revealing their specific content. Because the specific content is merely irrelevant to you. What was I thinking just now? I auditioned a few thoughts to say in that brief gap, and didn't find any of them important to say, and then I just like came back in with just a question, and then what did I go into? Then I just kind of like started describing that process, describing that thought process of having auditioned thoughts, and then describing the process of jumping back in. And now I'm describing the subsequent process of what, I don't know, it's like continuing in a reflexive cycle at this point of, you know, just of describing a thought process, which, you know, it's like I just said that like a few times in a row, but it remains true in that I'm being honest about how my mind is moving now, even as it goes in a cycle, in a way, of continuing to describe what it just did. Will it continue like this? It seems to be. It's currently continuing. We're continuing to describe thoughts that we just had, and I'm like seem to be entering a different kind of mental space at this point, like of, you could almost say, being willingly or contentedly lost in thought, you know, going in this cycle of thought of just describing the thought process itself is so much more removed from referring to anything, and this feels refreshing. Actually, it feels now like the thought that's happening is so disconnected from myself. Even, it's just like it's not about me, or it's not even about like my experience per se, like not about anything personal, but it's just like thought on its own terms. And that feels really nice, I guess, or relieving or something, because like I, as a person, I feel now like a little bit of relief of the burden. But like now here I am referring to myself again, and now I'm actually describing directly my own experience, so it's like it's led right back into like a personal, it's led right back in to you know, speaking from and about me as a person. But before that was happening, I was just talking about this cycle of thought, like seeming like it has kind of taken on a certain momentum of its own that doesn't even relate back to me as a person. But still this is nice. This is nice because it's like whatever experience is happening here doesn't feel like personal. It doesn't relate to any like life narrative or personality about me. It's just like, at this point it started creating itself something that feels like it's like it seems like independent of like the things specific to personhood. It feels a little independent of any kind of like worry about producing value of any sort. It feels independent of any kind of like imperative about maintaining any particular kind of emotional state. And there's enough momentum here to just continue talking now without it being so like weighted, you know, without it's like having tuned into a certain groove of just generating words without them having this like personal importance and personal attachment, and that feels like a relief to me. But you know, even if as I already said that, of course, like, you know, there's this secular, you know, I guess in one sense repeating, but in another sense, like, there's something secular going on, and I say it's a relief. And so that does relate to my emotional state, but it's also like, what it is like just a feeling that I could maybe describe as like a neutral emptiness or something like that. A cessation of like push and pull of like the push and pull of like a person here relating to the external world, and my attention like really just like shifting away from like me as a self and relating to my environment, and shifting away actually from like me as a self relating to the thoughts or something. I guess that's not really true. I guess there still is something here observing there's something here observing still that hears the words, and if I stop to really notice it, to varying degrees, feels the locus of control, or that associates as the author of these words. But to another extent, it's like, for a while, some of these words, there's a feeling of them just coming, and there being something else here just observing them forming and coming out of my mouth. And like if you were to try and ask yourself, like, what have I been talking about for the past few minutes while standing on this bridge? I think that'd be a very hard question to answer. It'd be a hard question for me to answer, really. Like, I couldn't point to anything that I'm talking about. other than this process of talking. But it feels like it's gotten to the point where it's not about anything. And that's interesting to me. But it's also interesting that I say that it's interesting to me, because, like, you know, that is also bringing this other self in, this observer that has interest, and that is interest in a particular mode of talking. And then there's like a little brief gap there, and in the gap I would say that, like, just for a few minutes there's like a mode of consciousness that was different from a little bit different from this one, in which I am very immediately observing talking happening. It's like it was just like a brief break, or where my attention moved slightly towards I guess, no, I don't know, what is it, like I was gonna say, like, it moved towards a state of consciousness more similar to what I had earlier in the video, where I felt the self-involvement as kind of a painful thing. The pain of kind of like digging into myself or something mentally. And is that what I'm experiencing now? Not exactly. I wouldn't describe this as pain exactly. But it's like, it feels like there is work happening, but not in a difficult way. Like, there's work happening, but there's not exactly, like, you know, existential pain associated with that work, or any kind of pain associated with maintaining this talking. There is maybe like a very mild, like a mild, like vigilance being maintained or something, or an almost fear of this talking ceasing, a kind of fear of what state of mind I might slip into if I stopped talking for too long. A fear of the discomfort of walking without talking, and I suppose that's, you know, that would be the discomfort of not adhering to my structure, not adhering to the goal, and thus, like, not accomplishing the work that I have set out to do. And the cognitive dissonance associated with that, of, you know, where I might start to wonder if I'm being lazy or something like that. And so but you know, all I had to do was like notice that that just mild fear, and describe it. You know, it's a component of my mind at the moment, or at least was, and then I describe it, and then it has the effect of continuing the desired process here. You know, just becoming more content. But yeah, I'm feeling like I'm increasingly appreciating this mode of communication, or whatever it is, and that it feels really divorced from like either self-concern or even like other concern. Like I'm not like thinking about I'm not thinking about myself in terms of a person, or even really thinking about you as in terms of a person. It's like at this point it's just like thought has become like able to just exist, to be generated and exist without doing any kind of work for us, you know? Like at this point, the things that I'm saying, they're not working for you or for me. They're not doing anything. They're kind of existing like a little bit more, like more or less on their own terms, like freely for themselves. That's what it seems like. You know, it's like, could you point to, like in the last, say, like 10 or even I think 15 minutes maybe, like if you could point to, it's not like there's wisdom here. It's like I feel free now. I feel free from wisdom at the moment, and it feels like that feels like a load off, you know. Like the idea of wisdom, like having kind of like some kind of like identifying referent, some kind of solidity to it, like concretizing a certain kind of identity or aspect of selfhood, and as well as like a hierarchical relationship of me imparting wisdom to you. Like that feels gone, and I don't feel like I'm not thinking about helping you now. I just haven't been thinking that like I need to look after your experience so much. Like now it's just like like this is just like this thought communication is just happening. And even to say communication is weird, because in this process now it's like even like what is going on now feels removed from identity. It feels removed from selfhood, and the notion of communication would only reify the multiplicity of selfhoods. You know, like there has to be two to communicate, but there's no two here. There's just this. There's no you and I here. There's just like this, you know? We're, you know, like even to say we now, it's like it's not necessary. There's just this verbiage going on. There's like it's as if there's verbiage here almost without thought. Like there's not really like or like if there is thought here, it's as if it's so absorbing that it becomes transparent in, you know, there are words here, but they seem to the words here seem to be so integrated into this experience that they don't refer outward. They remain like kind of like almost cloistered here in this immediate experience, and just so integrated into it that it's like there's not I don't know, even saying what there's not here seems unnecessary now. Like to kind of like at this point we don't have to, at this point no negating anything else is necessary. This is like, and this is absolutely like clear. This is completely normal and completely and totally not simultaneously. There's not a notion anymore. There's not a notion anymore of what's normal and not, and what's mundane or transcendent or otherworldly or profound, etc. It's just, there's just this experience happening. There are words, there are other inputs, there's vision, there's sound, feelings, but all of them seem transparent in a way. Like they're like, for instance, vision no longer seems like a representation of the other that the self is registering. You know, it's not so much self here seeing other there. It's just that vision exists as a complete completely integrated aspect of experience itself, totally connected with hearing and feeling and just experiencing in general. But you know, this is not actually divorced from just normal life. You know, I'm having this like another conception again. So more, you know, externalized. I guess that means that I'm thoughts projecting into the future a bit. Thoughts, you know, in some ways, you know, thoughts about the future are imagination always. And that's fine. And, you know, like, it's like there's this certain kind of a certain kind of monotony of environment over a period of time, here in the form of walking on the trail in the woods. That period of time of relative consistency of environment, consistency of that aspect of experience, of the you know, this a relative consistency of the sensorial aspect of experience can contribute, can help create the conditions for a different quality of like core experience. In my case, it's like, in this particular case, it's like observing verbal thought over a long period of time and how it changes, and how it both changes and at the same time expresses, to some extent, hopefully, the core nature of experience itself. And whether the fundamental nature of experience is changing or whether it's the same is a big question. And it's like, maybe we get to a realm here where that doesn't doesn't even really apply, like that kind of like change, like even change even relies on the linear conception of time, the linear experience of time, you know, for anything to change. And so maybe we get to, in some respect, a way of experiencing that's like that's I don't know. It's like it's both changing and not, both changing and unchanging. It's like both changing, but like also there's some kind of connection to a non-temporal cognizance. But still, and then like, you know, out of that, there's still like these moments happening here where thoughts about the future still, you know, project out a little bit. Just in moments when I'm not talking mainly. So, you know, which, you know, it's ever more like the interest in continuing to talk, the interest in continuing to talk without stopping is like, where it's like, what kind of experience can you observe? What kind of different qualities of experience can you have when you do something that prevents that like, you know, keeps your mind on a certain track for a certain period. It keeps your mind like taut in a way. Like to like you know, an activity where it's a mechanism set up to where I notice when, I don't know, I was gonna say that I notice when my mind is wandering. So just now my mind wandered, and it didn't take me too long to notice it, because when my mind in this structure, when my mind tends to wander towards something outside of the present, I mean, by which I mean when I start to, in the present, project imagined scenarios, then I tend to stop talking for a little while, and then just that changing of something that's physically observable, that is, whether I'm speaking or not, that's just more noticeable than, you know, if I were just walking without talking. Or, you know, if I didn't have any kind of structure, if I'm just like, I'm doing whatever I feel like, doing whatever I want. and having the camera on, you know, and knowing that this is going to be public is another reminder. Another like that I am that, you know, our experiences are linked is a constant reminder for me to maintain a vigilance in observing my mind. And I guess that's just it, not directing it in any particular kind of way, but you know, there have modes of thinking obviously have arisen here that seem desirable in comparison to other modes of thinking. For instance, like now in this moment, I have a memory of a period in the recent past of this video of feeling connected to a non-temporal experience, and as I say those words, it brings it back again. It brings it back, and it's funny for me to be describing it, because even in the description, temporal thought is necessarily implicated. It's necessarily brought. It's necessarily implied, even in the word again. Well, it's like, in, like, you know, linguistically, can we ever really escape the passage of time? Like, does language necessitate a linear experience of time? Does it, and also does it like reify? Does it reinforce a linear experience of time? Even through such words as like again, because it implies a past iteration of what is happening now. And even the word now, implies something that's not now. And I was talking about, it's funny, I was talking about ways of thinking that seem more or less desirable, and as I started to kind of attach to that desire for a particular type of thinking, it in fact had the effect of preventing that desired type of thinking. You know, for example, like, I have this memory now of standing on the bridge back there and talking about how I felt relief due to the thought process seeming to have now, like, have this level of autonomy, this independence from me as a self, and having this thought now of this past this past state being more desirable, and then I kind of and you know, so longing for a past state, and that brings up a level of resistance to the current state. So I feel that resistance, and then I remembered that that state that I was longing for, it wasn't so much of a willing attitude that brought it about, so much as like an openness, attitude of openness to what is happening right now. And then, you know, in that realization, that memory of how that state was brought about, it's like, well, okay, so I can now adopt this attitude now of openness to what's going on now, and that's what's happened. And so so now, like, I'm avoiding saying the word again, just because I feel some fear of manifesting linear time, which is funny to say. You know, it's funny to say that I'm feeling open and then immediately follow it with talking about fear of a certain mode of experience. But here I am, having stated that I'm open to the present experience, the mode of it, and what do I say? I'm not sure exactly, other than that, like, that I guess I am feeling active in observing, or at least moving closer to observing words as they happen in real time. And I guess there is, or was, until after I said that word is, and I was going to say effort being expended in towards the goal of merging talking with the cognizance of thought, merging the time gap, reducing the time gap between cognizing the thought and speaking it. And it's also funny to acknowledge effort being expended, because there's also this possibility for an effortless state, it seems, of talking. Am I experiencing? It's like, I don't know. There's effort, but then if I like, I'm observing the effort, like there's something also here that's not expending effort. There's some aspect here expending a certain kind of effort to keep talking and to make the words, to form the sentences and such. And then there's another thing here that's not expending effort, another component of this experience that does feel effortless. And right now that one feels like it's coming to the fore again. And I feel I started to say I feel, and then I felt strange saying I feel. But once again, and I'll just go ahead and say once again, without the worry about manifesting linear time by saying it. And I know I'm repeating some themes a little bit here, but that's okay, because I acknowledge that there's a secular activity happening, and I acknowledge that said that a number of times already. That's okay, but I feel now like I could say that the feeling centered in the words in a way that feeling now like absorbed again in the words, the words having consumed like the attention, like attention being all the attention here being mainly consumed by the act of talking, and it now having a rolling momentum. And but even as I say that, then I said rolling momentum, and then I said and then as soon as I said and, I felt the mechanism of effort. I don't know about mechanism, but like the experience of effort kick back in. And as there was a searching feeling for the next words, but it didn't last long, because just merely describing that particular phenomenon was the answer to the question of what to say. What's the answer to the question of what to say now? I don't know. That was it. I don't know was the answer. Some just brief minor experience of self-criticism, but that self-criticism took the form of the imagined judgment of another. My mind projecting another person. Could be a specific person, could be an imagined group of people, could be like an imagined general attitude of audience, and imagining a possible judgment in those minds of what's being, or of their own experience, you could say, of their own experience of what I am doing. I asked that in the question tonality, raised tone sentence, as if to imply a question, because it started to become a little fuzzy to me, like this distinction between like what I'm doing, what I'm making, what the audience is experiencing. It's true. Logically, there's me making something here that an audience watches, sees, hears, experiences. There's my experience, there's the audience experience, and there's something linking them. And there were a few things, there were a few options that just skirted past my awareness in the split second following the word and the words that followed the and were none of them, or like the option that was chosen for what to say was like not the first option. There's memory of something I was a thought that was starting to develop and I question now whether I should expend the effort to remember what thought it was I was trying to develop and go retrieve it, or do I just continue with where I am now? Are those two things different? It seems like I'm just continuing, although, like, there's a part of me, there's a part of me that is lingering, wanting to go back and remember some particular thought that I guess it occurred to me, but I didn't enunciate or something like that. Something about the self-criticism. I think that's what it was. Just a moment of self-criticism, but the self-criticism existing entirely in the form of an imagined other's experience. So it's like there is a component here of considering your experience, which is temporally removed but temporally linked to my present experience. Mind. Projections into the future. Again, imagination. It just, like, increasingly, it's things that relate to the present, things that are happening in the present, and also actually things that happened in the past. My memory of something that happened in the past this video, and then relating that to an imagined future, resulting in me not talking for a while, and then, like, kind of drifting off, like almost forgetting what I'm doing. I haven't restarted the video in a while, but it hasn't. It's like this video camera has not glitched in a while, and so I'm, like, feeling kind of confident that it won't do it again. But it wouldn't hurt to restart. It wouldn't really hurt anything, just in case there's some kind of corrupted file or something. So that was a little gap of not talking, and in that gap I began to feel this feeling of effort as, like, a weighty feeling of, like, I have to keep talking again. Oh man, like it really feeling like work. But as soon as I began again, it's like that feeling of work is gone. And sometimes, like, sometimes it seems like the like dreadful kind of feeling of work is something like that comes up actually like in like before you start to actually work, you know, like when you're really working hard and you just like keep yourself working hard, it's like it's as if you don't actually experience like the dread of working. It's like you're just doing it, and you become absorbed in it. But I guess it's not like you can really like maintain it forever. There's always going to be like you need to rest, like you go long enough, you have to rest. You can't do it forever. But there's something to be said about willpower, and for me that takes the form often of like just kind of like taking an illogical leap over what seems to be like a logical like complaint or something, logical like dread of work or something, understandable, like I don't, like it's like getting out of bed. Like I don't want to get out of bed, and you're lying in bed, your alarm's gone off. It's like I really don't feel like getting up, and like that's like this dread, this feeling of dread, like don't want to get up. But then once you actually get up, like that feeling's gone. You're just like, I'm up, and it's fine. And so like that, for me, that's similar to the experience of not talking versus talking. Like I'm making one of these videos, there's a gap, and I'm like, what do I say? What do I, but then once I just start talking, it's like, then I'm just talking, and it's fine, for the most part. But it becomes maybe, eventually, towards the end, maybe some fatigue sets in. But I've gotten used to this 4-hour duration, so it's like I've maybe I'm like subconsciously able to allot myself the right amount of energy, or allot myself the right amount of willpower to go through 4 hours. And then like, because always by the end of the 4 hours, I'm like I'm perfectly ready for it to be over or something, and it feels like a relief when it's over. But in the midst of the 4 hours, and like increasingly so towards the end of the 4 hours, maybe I have to like when either there's a gap occurs, or like almost there's the threat of there's a possibility of a gap occurring, coming to the end of a sentence or the thought or something like that. Then it's like not giving into any kind of like little desire to just like take a break from talking and go into silence for a while. Like sometimes that happens in a fairly natural way, where like it doesn't seem like it's uncomfortable or something. But like in this case, it's like you kind of like temporarily, just for like a split second, you just have to kind of like override what would otherwise be the prevailing desire, to rest. It's like that thing of getting out of bed, like don't want to, and then you just like have to like ignore that for just just a split second, just long enough to actually get out of bed. Like that self-motivation, like where does it come from? I don't know. It's like, it's almost like you just do it, and it doesn't like necessarily flow out of the same mode of thinking of not wanting to get out of bed, or like not wanting to start talking, or not knowing what to say. You know, there's like the part of me that doesn't know what to say, but then like it seems like some other like motivational force like just kicks in and just like starts anyways without knowing what to say. And it's like some kind of trans-logical operation going on, you know, which and like that sort of thing like comes into our life all the time. And I feel like it's good to exercise it, you know? It's like if you're like doing something that feels lazy to you, you know? Hello.
What's that?
There's a camera on a stick.
Oh, cool. You just doing this for fun?
If you have a broad definition of fun, then yeah.
Is it part of your job?
If you have a broad definition of job.
You're not going to be more specific, are you?
No.
No. Okay. All right.
Have a good day.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, like if you you know, like feeling like you're doing something lazy, like there's like in some way a comfort there, like just for example, like you're like watching TV or something, like there's like, you know, in some respect there's some kind of like comfort to just like sitting there watching TV, being entertained. But then there's like, you know, some other there's this other kind of nagging part of you that's like not comfortable with this, like maybe I should like be doing something, you know, like that kind of feeling. Maybe I should just be doing something productive instead of watching TV. And so it's like where does that motivation come from that is gonna like listen to that nagging, maybe more prurient part of yourself? Like where does that motivation come to actually like turn off the TV and just get up? Like that's interesting, because like it's hard to locate where exactly that is, like, but to me that feels like it's getting, to me where it comes from is like really like the core of self, like and not like small self like identity, but like it comes from like closer to the core of consciousness. I feel like willpower, like I really feel like that's where it originates from, to like, you know, so like it's like, you know, practice like letting that come up and come through into your and like affect your life. Like it's always there. The, you know, the real core of you that like knows what you really should be doing, or like how you really should be oriented, even though it's like not exactly like, doesn't like doing what you really should be doing, like can appear kind of uncomfortable from where you're at, but it's only before actually doing it that it's uncomfortable, and then maybe also a little bit in the beginning of doing it, like in the transition it's uncomfortable, but then like once you've gotten into doing it, what you really should be doing, it's like the difficulty is gone. It's not exactly that it's gone, but it's like you have like merged with the difficulty in a way that it's like just fine, you know. You just do something difficult and like and it's just like, this is fine, you know. Like you can do something. I mean, and I don't know like what form that takes is like, you know, as specific to your circumstances as it is to anyone. Hey, there's a frog. Like now, am I a long silence as maybe my mind gets distracted by this beauty? Maybe there's some temptation to just rest in that beauty and observing the beauty. But I know that my mind would just be kind of wandering also, probably. Or maybe my mind would be relatively still, but maybe there would still be this nag of, you're not talking, you're supposed to be talking because you committed to talking. And so like it took a little bit of, so like not a lot, because I've got momentum here. That's the thing, is like, it's hardest at first to get yourself to do what you want to be doing, you know, to get yourself to be doing what you need to be doing. It's hardest to adjust to that at first if it's a big shift, but then it gets subsequently easier and easier the more you do it, because you just establish habits, you establish good habit, and then it just becomes like normal to be doing what you need to be doing. So I just want to implore you, like, do now what you need to do now, even if the transition from doing what you are doing to doing what you need to be doing appears difficult. The most difficult part of that transition is like before you actually do anything. The difficulty like appears in your mind, in your projection of doing it in the future, that's like the most uncomfortable part of it. But in the actual initiation of it, that difficulty starts to subside, and as you get into it, it goes away, and then you're just doing it. And it's kind of goes the same way with like not doing the thing that you need to not be doing. You know, of changing a bad habit. It's like the idea of cessation is actually more stressful than the sensation. It's the cessation itself, maybe. Like cessation, you know, depending on how ingrained and addictive the habit is, because habits can be addictive, like psychologically and physiologically. There's not a strict boundary between those two, because the mind and body affect each other so much. But like, you know, not doing, like, ceasing a habit is kind of like the same as like beginning to do what you need to be doing. Like ceasing a bad habit is necessarily replaced with a good habit. Like you have to replace it with a good habit. And that just means like, all that means is like right now in this moment, like do what you need to do. Like that could even take the form of like getting off of YouTube right now, like stop watching Walking and Talking. I'm not saying it's necessarily what you need to do. Like maybe, you know, maybe watching Walking and Talking is what you need to be doing. Maybe it is the best thing for you to be doing right now. But maybe it's not. Maybe you got something else that in the back of your mind that you think you would be better off doing. If so, then I implore you to go ahead and do it. You know, Walking Talking will always be here for you as long as YouTube survives, and you're not necessarily missing something, you know. It's just like alternate forms that your experience can take, whether it be watching this video or watching another video, or doing something else, or doing something while you watch this video, or doing something while you just listen to the audio of this video, etc. There's a heron, I think. There's a lot of turtles. I'm a little bit tired physically. I think that like may contribute increasingly towards the end of this video of I guess the difficulty in maintaining in like concentrating on a specific mode of thought, or concentrating on a specific mode of experience. But now I'm just accepting again, you know. See a beaver, cut that down. I know. Beaver's starting to work on this one. You know, accepting the tiredness and accepting my mind's tendency to maybe gravitate towards, you know, it feels weird to say it, but like mundane types of thoughts, or just like normal thought, meaning like having conception of the past and the future. And like in that gap, you know, like I started thinking, you know, externalities, you know, started projecting in the future, and having some thoughts that were interesting to me, actually, about like the relationship of this 4-hour duration to like shorter spans of time, and then I started to think about, in that gap I started to think about, you know, how I'm going to start talking again. And one of the thoughts that occurred in there of like how to start talking is like, you know, I'd say something like, maybe I'll be, you know, and I'll be accepting of these gaps or whatever, but then it occurred to me that like by saying something like that, then you're getting rid of the gap. It's like you don't have to talk about accepting the gap, because if you're talking, you're not in a gap, you know, you're talking. Like this gap, that just brief gap of talking, like, you know, a few seconds after that sentence, it doesn't matter whether I like accept it or not accept it, because it's not now, you know, it's already behind us. And so it's like moving towards the future, we'll, you know, we just continue talking, and it's fine. But I guess I am to talk about, you know, a slightly more abstract or broad idea, the acknowledging the possibility that my increasing physical tiredness and hunger may contribute to you know, either an increased lassitude of mind, or an increase in the experience of effort, the experience of like the pain of effort in that needed to maintain the same rate of talking without pausing. That could be the case. And like now as I look at the time remaining, like I'm looking at the timer on the camera and doing the math to see how much is remaining in my head. Like I haven't been doing much of that actually, but like I did just now. So here's a red F, but I guess since I'm walking back now, I guess I'm not going to count them anymore because there's of the likelihood that I might be double counting ones that I've already counted. But now I can not count you and I can just enjoy you and enjoy annoying you. Animals. Can you believe that that's also an animal and we're also an animal? See, this is a manifestation of lassitude of thought. Just, starting to like talk about random concepts like animals. Rather than maintain a steady focus on this, like, I guess like purely generative, reflexive thought process. Either I get lax or I just experience more of the difficult kind of effort needed to not be lax. So that latter thing seems desirable, right? Be disciplined, keep going, keep talking, even if it gets hard to talk. But like I've been describing effort. I've been describing like the experience of effort and of willpower with what feels to me like a pretty close observation. At least it feels like kind of new to me, like, and noting these sustained periods of where like effort kind of seems to disappear, or I become absorbed enough in the effort that the effort is like gone, or like I'm inside it so it doesn't matter or something, or am I outside of it? I don't know which word makes more sense, but like there's a component of exertion, of effort, but then there's like a component of experience that's broader than that, that's broader than the question of effort or not. But the effort is good. The effort does, it's like the effort leads to the effortless state, just enough effort. I don't know, what is it? Just steering kind of gently, steering the mind kind of gently into to being able to experience without suffering, like now, what is my experience now? Is there suffering or is there not? It seems like the suffering does tend to be associated with the linear conception of time. like thinking about the past and future, like seems to be always, I don't know, or like, not that that's always involves suffering, but maybe, I don't know, like mental suffering always involves that. I don't know. Or is it all suffering? Does all suffering like necessarily involve linear conception of time? Like for me to feel resistance to this experience now, it seems to, for me to experience resistance to this circumstance now seems to be seems to necessitate me imagining an alternative circumstance that is better, and maybe that exists in the future. And then also, it's like the suffering came up when I like did the math and calculated how much time I had left, and then like imagining that future time of continuing to do this and be like, oh, that's gonna suck, you know? But like, here I am in the time that supposedly I imagined back then, but this doesn't, I can't say that this is suffering exactly, you know? When I'm just like, when I'm fully here, like when I'm fully doing whatever it is I'm doing, when I'm fully walking, talking, when I'm fully like committed to this effort of talking in this moment, there's no suffering. I'm just doing and just like being this experience. But when I am like, when there's a part of me like simultaneously like diverging from that effort and doing little side like projections about the future, it's like that leaves room for worry, you know? And that's like where the suffering comes in. So like, you know, main effort, it's as if effort maintained wards off the suffering. And I will acknowledge that as time passes, certain conditions make that, you know, perhaps, I don't know, is there some willpower, or is there some reserve of willpower? Is there some limited amount of willpower? I think some people have said yes, but it doesn't matter what anybody else has said. It's like, well, I mean, now I'm on this whole thing of like talking about time passing in general, which like, that's not even necessary, you know? Like, that's again, like, I'm starting to talk about time passing and, you know, coming up with this concept of it getting harder to maintain effort as time passes, as, you know, I get more physically tired and mentally tired and hungry, etc., etc. But it's like that's a pretty unproductive, unnecessary way of thinking about this, because that's, you know, that's again, like, it's just an at this point it's just an unnecessary like extrapolation from the present moment. Like, there's just this that I'm doing, and like when I'm not, it's completely possible to just continue talking here without a conscious notion of the future, of how much longer I will be talking, you know, I'm like, it's true that I'm like at least subconsciously aware of the this time duration, and I have a knowledge that it will end, you know. But you know, even if I didn't, like, an essential thing to know about any experience, however unpleasant, is that eventually it will end, you know. Even you can even apply that to life as a whole, of course. But and then the component of experience that doesn't end, that is because it is not governed by linear time, that component of experience doesn't end, but it's fine because there's no possibility, like it's not suffering, like suffering doesn't exist in that. Like, what is the only, you know, the only aspect of consciousness that is infinite and ever present and unchanging is without suffering, because it's, you know, because it's unchanging. So if you have, you know, the question like, will my suffering ever end? It's kind of like yes and no. Like, like it's like this present form, like whatever present form of suffering or discomfort, or however you want to say it, unsatisfactoriness, like that will end. that general, like, but that general kind of state of existence, you know, that general quality of like unsatisfactoriness, or of like you know, the problematic aspect of existing. That's another question. And I guess I would put it as something like, it's like it'll continue forever, but that's okay, or something like that. Like, when you can, the trick is to like recognize it in its purest state of like being just like a formless emptiness that is like an ever-present aspect of reality, and seeing it as such, with no filter, with no material manifestation, and being able to, you know, just like settle into that, and then you know, you settle into it and experience it as being like none other than what's good in life too. Then it's like, at that point, from that perspective, things are just fine. And it's like, I feel to varying degrees connected with that experience while walking and talking. I'm gonna stop and drink some water. This might be a welcome change of pace to have me, back away from the camera a little bit, not so in your face. This is functioning as a break for me. At least it was until I started talking again. Because I noticed my mind, gravitating towards future concerns. The pragmatic, not disconnected from the non-pragmatic. Not pragmatic, but yeah, I experienced it. I definitely feel the tiredness setting in, but it's very illustrating that sets in when I stop. When I take a break, that's when you really experience the tiredness. When you stop. But yeah, you probably like this. The gravity of rest will be increasing towards the end of the video, and I'm gonna be, and this tendency for me to like look forward towards the end will increase. But that's fine. And maybe like, I seem to be describing things in terms more abstract than I think I'm capable of. Like I think I'm capable of observing these things in a finer detail. In fact, there were a lot of moments during this video where I felt like I was observing my experience in a much finer, much finer temporal granularity than normal. Just able to observe much more short moments of cognizance and like what is happening mentally on a much more micro scale, which is really interesting. like here's another one of these moments where there's a gap and then effort required to start again. One observation that just occurred to me about this episode is it seems like relatively emotionally flat. There's not a dramatic, there hasn't been a dramatic emotional arc to this one. And now I'm thinking that even this idea of the emotional arc, from this perspective, if maybe illusory also, or you know, maybe just like kind of constructed. It's like you know, it's like starting off the video talking about things of like self-criticism, or like, you know, wondering what I'm doing, why I'm doing this, and then progressively like kind of detaching from those sorts of thoughts and honing in, like I said, onto like this finer grained observation of what types of mental processes are occurring, you know, on a more subtle level. It's not as if I went from like bad emotion to good emotion. It's more kind of like it's like the experience, it's like the experience like dug into itself enough to have a better understanding of itself or something, or just like understand, like shifting from understanding on like what I could call a surface level to like what I could call like a much more subtle level and a non-dualistic level. And then like from the non-dualistic perspective, it's like all the perspectives contained herein in this 4 hours, it's like that all belongs, like, and there's no hierarchy of value applied. But even from the other perspective, you know, like say for example the perspective that I had beginning the video, and like, you know, expressing doubts, it's like there's like still even within that, like that the kind of, I think the kind of like there's kind of an absence of dualism even with that, you know, like there's an acknowledgement of a necessity of rational thought and of you know, taking care of pragmatic things, taking care of practical things in your life, which involves, you know, rational linear temporal thinking, you know, achieving goals and using abstract concepts. And there's an acknowledgement of how the activity of walking and talking doesn't quite fit into that mode of thinking so well, but still like a kind of knowledge or faith that like the mode of thinking that it does, that walking and talking actually engenders, is inherently valuable in itself, and like a faith that you know, it leads towards a different kind of perspective, a different, you know, way of of interpreting experience. So in some way it's like, you know, positive or negative emotions, it's like fine, like it all belongs. And then like from this other perspective, it's like all those positive and negative emotions are just like you know, like different perspectives on the same thing. Or like, you know, and then positive and negative, but also mode of experience thing that doesn't have emotions per se, but it's like it's that it's without the perceived specificity of emotions. It's like it's more just like observing, you know, sensation more directly than emotion, and thus like it's like that's much more valueless, kind of like a positive or negative feeling starts to become much more ambiguous. As you just kind of like observe it as like this you know, this particular like filter of experience, and like a physical sensation that's occurring. It's like not, you observe it as like not good or bad. It's like a bad, but I mean, it's like a bad emotion is like, is both bad and okay, you know? It's like, from its perspective, like it manifests badness into your experience, but like there's a function, you know? There's a function for that, which belongs in your experience. Like the function of it is to propel you towards equilibrium, and maybe to propel you towards a more subtle understanding of your experience. It's almost like, I almost feel like the suffering like inherent in life, in being a person. Its function is to propel us towards a non-dualistic understanding of reality, which is kind of like a greater merging with reality. But you know, that's also weird to posit suffering in life as only a means to an end, you know. Like that's kind of like manifesting it as like this a goal-oriented phenomenon, which, you know, we don't have to manifest that, you know. But it's you know, it's one way of interpretation of suffering in life. In this past gap, difficulty again like manifested itself like mentally, just minorly, in like thinking about the future, and thinking about this activity in terms of like gained or lost productivity, you know, just like in a minor way for a split second. But then I was like, just started talking again, and felt fine once I started talking. I think it's like setting up the goal, setting up the structure, the restriction that, you know, I have to keep talking continuously. Whenever I'm actively doing it, it's like, because I'm fulfilling that, there's some kind of is it comfort, or is it like psychological stability, or like there's some kind of like, I hate to keep using this equilibrium, but like, yeah, equilibrium, like granted by fulfilling the goal that I've imposed upon myself. So like, you know, it's not that talking continuously is like inherently a good and stabilizing thing to do. It's because I've created this structure that, in the context of that structure, it is. If I, you know, have a structure in which I'm not talking whatsoever, then not talking whatsoever would be granting that same function of stability. But, you know, even now, it's been, you know, we're getting close to the end, and we're getting close to the end, and, you know, there's still this, like, what do I say, kind of thing that can occur, but it occurs like just if I stop long enough to, like, you know, let the momentum die. Certainly it feels like, yeah, it feels like work being accomplished, but like to the extent that the work feels like that there's like effort or pain involved, that varies a little bit, but there is kind of some feeling that, like, because of the, like, the relative unchangingness of the parameters of my activity for this 4 hours, because of that, I'm granted like some kind of like form of security of like being able to it's as if like I get a 4-hour view of my own mind. I get a 4-hour long picture of my own consciousness. That's not it's not filtered through like a variety of activities, It's not like doing a bunch of different things in 4 hours, like walking and then reading something in a book and then reading something online and then watching a video online and then eating some food and then driving somewhere and then riding my bike and then talking to someone and doing all these things that are various filters of consciousness. Like this way I get this like it's like kind of like a clear view of what's here, like letting the surface of the water calm down until there's no more ripples in it, and then so you can see through it. That's like the analogy. And so like there's some kind of security in doing that, just like in that it's like a really good window to look into the self, and like so I can like feel like I can have a fairly clear idea of what's in here, which is ultimately nothing. But then like be okay with that. And that gives, I think that I guess I could say that contributes something to the rest of life, but I don't know, like no need to even think about that. Here, let's come back here. Let's keep it up. Stay on the straight and narrow. Stay focused on the path ahead. We don't have too much left here. We're, coming close to the end. We'll make it. Look at this very future-oriented language cropping up here. That's interesting, huh? But I don't want to fall into the temptation to just kind of like dwell on you. Don't want to fall into the temptation to just fall into a like endurance mindset, not about enduring this suffering till the end, not like about enduring the last 10 minutes. It's like let's not suffer, And that just means like absorbing ourselves like right now, you know, into what we're doing. You keep doing what you're doing. And that's when you're doing that, you're not suffering. When you're in a mindset of being focused on this end point in the future, that's when it's like, that's when the idea of endurance comes in. So it's like, this isn't endurance, you know, this is just like all this, you know, we just do what we're doing now. We just do what we need to do, you know. It's not you know, the goal is not to suffer. It's like, and you know, I'm not suffering. It's like, even the idea, even the concept of tiredness, it's like, what is that, you know? Like, that's like that is like an abstract concept that's like pieced together through, you know, an association of various physical sensations. You know, you just like experience the physical sensations as physical sensations, that's what they are. And then if you want, you can tie them together into tiredness. But if you're committed to doing what you're doing, there's no benefit to that, really. I mean, in other circumstances, they might be more relevant, you know. If you're not, you know, if you're not within a structure that requests of you to not rest, then you don't rest. Or then you can rest, I should say. But you know, I have the knowledge that I will be able to rest soon enough. So that's enough for me. But you know, you don't prematurely slip into that rest. You keep going, you know. You don't start to slack off. Wow, notice like all this language has become oriented around effort and work. Like, why not like just kind of like allow myself to slide into the more effortless way of experiencing, and the more effortless way of talking, like now. You know, we don't actually have to like hold up this effortful feeling of continuing. Like, it's possible now to just continue without experiencing effort. That's like what I'm experiencing now. I'm like geographically returned to my starting point. And then, so there's this point of not walking for a few minutes, but continuing to talk just to, you know, fulfill the requirements. Structure is good, you know. It's just like it kind of forces you deep into reality. And it's good to, you know, dig right in. If you don't have any structure, it's like you're not gonna, you'll just be skittering along the surface. Is that true? I don't know. I feel like maybe, I don't know. That surface versus depth analogy is problematic as well. Not problematic exactly, but just like, you know, dualistic when it doesn't have to be. Excuse me. That was funny. I said and then I was like, you know, seemed to momentarily experience a true blank out. You know, of saying like apparently with really nothing on my mind. And it's true, there continues to be nothing on my mind that needs to be said. So what do you do? So what do I do? I just keep saying words. They're not even, they're still words generating themselves. I guess I do feel involved in saying them at this moment. Is that true? I don't know. Like even this this idea of myself is like, feels like a weird thing to talk about, or like a illusory thing. But I don't know. I'm having trouble articulating anything at this point. It's, you know, but it's good that we're at the end. You know, it's any moment, like just a few more seconds of this, and then it's over, and then like I get to stop talking. You get to stop listening to me talk. We'll go and do what we need to do. All right, you go do what you need to do, and I'll do the same, and we'll see each other next time.